2023 Green Construction Dialogue with Butra Heidelberg Cement, Berhad as the main organizer and University Technology Brunei as the official event partner. Before we start the event, please listen to a short safety briefing from the Empire Hotel and Country Club. Thank you. Honorable and distinguished guests, we would now like to invite Ustaz Ashizal bin Zainal Abidin to the stage to bless the event with an opening recitation of prayer.
الفاتحة بالقبول وتمام كل سر ومأمون وصلاح الشأن الظاهر والباطن في الدين والدنيا والآخرة دافعة لكل شر جالبة لكل خير لنا ولأحبابنا ولوالدينا ومشايخنا في الدين مع اللطف والعافية وعلانية أن الله يجعلنا مجلسنا هذا والبرك التجار بالكونستراكشن دايلوج محطا بالخيرات والمسارات والأنوار والبركات وينور قلوبنا مع التقى والهدى والعافية والموت على دين الإسلام والإيمان بلا محنة ولا امتحان ويقضي لنا جميع الحاجات بحق سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. الفاتحة أثابكم الله. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Amin, 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 Ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Ustaz Ashizal, for the recitation of prayers. And now, we would like to welcome Mr. Marcelino Ugarte, the Managing Director of Butra Heidelberg Cement, Berhad, to officially open the 2023 Green Construction Dialogue with his welcoming remarks. Please welcome him to the stage.
Good morning, and a very warm welcome to the first Green Construction Dialogue hosted by Butra Heidelberg Cement and with our official event partner, University Technology Brunei, with the objective to further the understanding of the sustainability agenda in the construction industry of Brunei Darussalam. Firstly, I would like to thank all of our guests for being part of today's event. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome our notable honorable guests. Yang Ahmad Mulya Pengiran Anak Haji Jafar Ibni Almarhum Pengiran Temancha Pengiran Anak Haji Mod Alam. And I think he's still on his way, but I'll introduce him anyway. Yang Mulya Muhammad Haris bin Brigadier General Retired Datu Paduka Haji Ibrahim, the Deputy Permanent Secretary of Trade and Industry of Ministry of Finance and Economy. And Yang Mulya Datu Seri Laila Jasa Haji Ahmad bin Datu Matnor. I would also like to welcome the delegates of directors and officials from the Ministry of Development, the associate professors, lecturers, and heads of higher academic institutions, the chairman and respected members of Puja organization, the directors as well as associates of cement and concrete businesses, and other respected guests in attendance. Secondly, I want to extend my appreciation to our official event partner, University Technology Brunei, for their involvement and guidance in setting the scenes for the dialogue. A special mention to the moderators from the university, Dr. Nabila, Dr. Shams, Dr. Pengiran Saiful, and Dr. Zul, for coming in to moderate our panel of illustrious speakers. Of course, my highest gratitude also to the speakers, both international and local, for offering your expert perspectives. We look forward to a lively and productive dialogue discussion. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, being in the business of cement and concrete, we are often confronted with the label of being one of the major proponents for climate change. Globally, the industry accounts for more than 30% of carbon emission, a significant number, and one that we seek to change with the utmost urgency. Understand that change can only be made with a collective effort, and knowledge is the key that drives all the agents of change. This is why we hold this dialogue session, to discuss on solutions to decarbonize this industry and inject sustainability into the built environment that we live in. The future is now, so it is important for everyone to understand and therefore act with urgency. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to recognize the issues and opportunities of the industry and learn from our friends overseas. I would like to applaud Thailand for their success in furthering the sustainability agenda in their construction industry by committing to 100% low carbon cement and concrete on a national scale. This is a tremendous feat that will impact the carbon emissions significantly. And I hope with the inputs that we will hear from our esteemed invited speakers, from the representatives of AFCM from the Thailand Cement Manufacturers Association, the information that we will gain can be used as a lesson learned for our own domestic industry. Decarbonization of the industry requires a strategic innovation to be integrated in the product, process, and buildings in the built environment, all of which will be explored by our group of technical experts from Singapore and Brunei in the afternoon session. Understanding how to change and incorporate future building materials requires a cohesive approach that can accelerate decarbonization and further sustainability. Therefore, it is important to understand the technicalities behind it so we can adopt these practices in all sectors of our industry. That starts with the manufacturing and ends with the development of the buildings. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the context of climate change and sustainability, it is important for us to build a sense of urgency in how we approach the industry. Changing our building materials is the first yet important step in an immediate transformative change in the construction industry. Now, creating practices that promote sustainability in the business of cement and concrete is more crucial than ever as the world continues to grow at a rapid pace. I hope at the end of this dialogue sessions, we will all return with an understanding on how to move forward from here, and also with a deep-seated drive to commit and to act, so we can ensure that we will create a safe, secure, and sustainable environment for generations to come. Today, I look forward to an engaging exchange of knowledge, ideas, and thoughts, not only from our panel of speakers and moderators, but also all the delegates in the audience. Let us all be energized for change. Thank you all very much.
An assistant professor in the civil engineering program from the Faculty Engineering since 2012, Dr. Shams previously obtained his PhD from the University of Manchester in the United Kingdom and completed his MSc in Environmental Engineering and Sustainable Infrastructure from the Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden. He has published over 80 refereed journals and conference papers, which includes book chapters. Currently, he is the guest editor for the journal Hydrology, which is published by the MDPI. We will now invite our second moderator, Dr. Karimisa Nabila Haji Ruslan, to join Dr. Shams on stage. Dr. Nabila is a lecturer from the Petroleum and Chemical Engineering Department of University Technology Brunei. She obtained her master's in engineering as well as a PhD in chemical engineering from the University of Manchester in the United Kingdom. With an accumulated experience from both the oil and gas industry and the higher education sector, Dr. Nabila's research interests span around the areas of engineering education, polymer engineering, and also water treatment. Now, with our moderators seated, I will now pass the floor as we will now begin the morning session on the presentation and discussion on policy efforts to transition the construction industry towards a low carbon and eventually net zero industry. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I will now pass the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. So for now, we would like to invite all three speakers from TCMA, Thailand Cement Manufacturers Association, to be on stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to everyone. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to welcome you all to today's event, Green Construction Dialogue, that has been organized and arranged by Butra Cement, Sendian Burger. A zero carbon and sustainable global economy will literally and metamorphically rest on cement. It is the most popular building material around the world. It is known to be pervasive, adaptable, inexpensive, long-lasting, sturdy, and recyclable, and it is also, interestingly, the second most consumed substance in the world after water. It will lay the groundwork for our clean energy system, for building climate-resilient infrastructure, for low-carbon global transportation. Currently, the cement industries are responsible for 7% of global carbon emissions. In order to meet the needs of our growing global population for rapid development, the production of cement is projected to increase by up to 30% by 2050 if no measures are taken to use it more efficiently through design, reuse, or even recycling. The cement industry has long since acknowledged the need for innovative, effective, and successful action. A growing number of countries, cities, and companies are aiming for net zero emission to meet climate goals. Today, we are very delighted to have three experts from Thailand Cement Manufacturer Associations, TCMA, who will be delivering their insightful and in-depth presentations on transitioning towards a net zero carbon construction industry with case studies studies from Thailand. Our first speaker is Dr. Shana Kume, and he is the chairman of Thai Cement Manufacturer Associations and also the vice president of ACG Thailand in charge of cement and green solution business. He will deliver his talk on Thailand cement climate actions and collaborations toward net zero 2050. Now, Dr. Shana has received an honorary degree, that is Doctor of Engineering from King Moksu University of Technology, North Bangkok, completed Advanced Management Program from Harvard Business School in the United States. His academic background includes a Bachelor of Engineering in Electrical Engineering from King Moksu University of Technology, North Bangkok, and also a Master's in Public Health from Sukhothai Tamahida Open University. Dr. Shana has vast working experience in cement industry, serving as an energy director for SCG Cement Building Materials from 2010 till 2013, and then as a managing director for different cement-related companies from 2013 until 2016. Whilst holding a post of Vice President Operation for SCG Cement Building Materials for 3 years, that is from 2015 until 2017. He has become the Vice President for SCG Thailand, focusing on cement and green solution business since 2018. So I now request Dr. Shana to deliver his speech. The floor is yours now. Thank you.
Okay, it's quite long to introduce myself, but I'm glad to be here, and also my first time in Brunei. Just very impressive. Yesterday, the team of Brunei also took me around the capital of Brunei. Very impressive. So very surprised because I'm not quite seeing that the country is quite very clean. That's been the government also fully support on the environment. That my first impressive yesterday. And today, just a chatting session and just relax. And if you have some question, you can ask me. As I'm more than 35 years experience in cement and property business. That's why I'm here. And what I'm trying to do is not doing alone in Thailand, but also we have a dual track. We do together with the global association. As you may know that the GCCA, Global Cement and Concrete Association, is the one that done quite well in the moving chapter, net zero chapter. This is the first industry in the world that can have the endorsement from UNFCCC, and also World Economic Forum. This why we work closely with GCCA. TCMA is the 7th member of the all producer in Thailand, and you can see that everyone that produce cement in Thailand also join the TCMA. Next slide, please. No slide on the member, really smart and handsome. Next slide. This is one of our member of the producer in Thailand, our CEO of the second thing, maybe back one slide. Go back, please. Second, we focus on how we can utilize natural resources effectively. So we move closely working with the government agency to see how we can combine all quality of mining, not only the one company, but also many companies can do resource management together. The last one, circular economy. If you may know that in Europe and Japan, if the cement plant stop, so other industry like chemical or even the oil and gas and still have to stop caused by they cannot take the waste from the process to the cement plant. This is why the cement plant in Thailand also will be this way. Okay, next slide. So Thailand net zero. That's why I mentioned we have to do dual track. The private sector as the TCMA also move internally to work with the global association. The other side in Thailand also we work closely with the government agency as the Prime Minister commit in the COP26 in Glasgow to have the net zero chapter roadmap, what we call the NDC, National Determined Contribution. They commit to have the cut the 40% carbon emission in 2030 in the year of half 50% in the year of 2030, and then carbon neutral in 2050, and also achieve the carbon neutrality in 2065. That's the national plan. Therefore, our TCA also set the target how we can support the government to reduce the gas emission from our process. Maybe back one slide, you can see that the proportion of the CO2. This one, maybe I stand up. So you can see that our industrial process and product use IPPU 10% in this contribution to reduce. 38 million ton is our part cement production take about 48%, 18 million ton. That's a big portion. And so, as we learned with the GCCA, we see that our industry have the very promising technology to reduce the CO2 from our process. That's the starting point. So next slide. Then we also discussed with Mr. Thomas, the CEO of the GCCA, how we can challenge on the first runner, because India is the first member who challenge on the net zero chapter for GCCA. But as we talk among this our commitment. Our commitment is we trying to be a leader in driving toward net zero, and also the first move of the cement, the first move of the Thailand industry. This is the commitment, and also we try to be a role model of other industry. Every industry right now in Thailand also move as we also challenge this session, like this session, to the other industry. Okay, next slide. This you can see that our action is not only planned, but we also travel around, try to communicate, especially to get feedback and pain point from what the other stakeholders think of to apply or move to use our low carbon cement. We solve the problem or obstacles step by step. Many government agencies also voice why they cannot move. But we have to set our mindset among our team that if we start to understand deeply the problem, that means we're quite close to achieve. And we start to solve small problem, and then we do together with the educational unit to test and also make some certificate to ensure that our product also can meet every performance that the customer needs. Okay, next slide please. This is what we do, some activity to make the engagement and commitment with all the party and all stakeholders to reduce the CO2. In 2020, we have a target to reduce the CO2 about 300,000 tons by 2022, but we can achieve this goal within 2021, 1 year shorter. Therefore, we move forward to reduce 1 million tons CO2 within this year, and also we withdraw all OPC cement from the Thai market. Next slide, please. This is what we also discussed with Thomas and also engage Mr. Thomas to challenge and have a session with the government agency to make them understand how the GCCA can support the Thailand government. Because if we want to move in the clean economy, we still need to invest, especially the technology to reduce all the CO2 emission in our cement process. That's why we try to connect Thai government with the European government to get the soft loan or equipment support from the outside Thailand. Next slide. This is what I'm presenting our Thailand chapter in Atlanta last year to let the GCCA endorsement on what the Thailand cement manufacturing want to do together with the Thailand government. But also very good response from all members and also the GCCA. Then, next slide. So they don't have the pointer. So this one, environment minister of Thailand, he also quite fully support on this part, because this move is not volunteer, it's no request move. If you don't move, it's like a do or die. Then we just see how we can do more collaboration. That's why we bring Mr. Thomas to see our minister, to let them sit and chat and understand briefly how the global move. This is maybe back a little bit. This is in the Egypt COP27 that we got approval from the GCA to be the first cement industry and also the first country to get the formal improvement and formal approval by submitting the ECRA, European Cement Research Academy, who also verify how our cement producer can launch this product. And also we sharing in the Thai Pavilion with the others to see. Okay, next slide please. This one also the Thomas just speak and sharing how GCCA can support Thailand. As I told you that we have to do dual track. Also, government also needs some support from outside Thailand and see how the GCCA can do this thing. Next slide. Okay, this is the event that is. Okay, next slide please. Good. Okay.
To me, it's a pleasure for coming with you. I mean, we are here at COP in Egypt. 1 year ago, we were in Glasgow, and it was all about commitment. And when we came out of that commitment discussion, we were confident and clear that next year should be about action. So we have launched actually this exercise in COP20 Accelerator. There was a global program launched by GCCA to accompany or to partner with national cement association on local or national number of GCCA to take the debate of digitalization and to bring the debate of digitalization and to activate that in the countries. And you were the first nation, actually one of the first nations to respond positively to that invitation to say we want to do it. And you are actually also the first one to finish it.
Oh, thank you.
And not only finish it, but you finish it well, super well done, super great, and exactly how it should be. With first a clear roadmap, with clear objective, clear understanding of the priority. Second, actions, key actions and steps on how you do. You show me something exceptional, which I share across the world, is how you have actually put your company champions for each decarbonization level. And I share that with across the world. I said the best example I've seen in SAP, this was done in bringing the roadmap into the change management in the organization, very well done. And you also did something which you are today one of the most successful in the world, is your relation with the government on walking into the roadmap and getting this vision of activating what we should do, what we have to do with the government. And that's something unique. And I really thank you for that.
Okay, my last slide, you next to page. This one, activity. Okay. I will give my word that the net zero roadmap is a long way. We cannot do alone or implement alone. We have to engage our stakeholders. And also, as most other people see a lot of problems when do something big. But if we step by step solve some small problem and get the quick win. The important thing is how we make a trust among all our stakeholders, not only the private sector, but also do something with the government. And right now, we also get the fully support from Thailand government and move forward, not only for the cement economy, but also just engage the construction industry to deliver the better environment and better performance of the all infrastructure. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. very informative and in-depth presentation. Please note that we will have a dedicated question and answer session for the audience after the three speakers have delivered their talks. We will be also taking questions from our online audience. I now pass it to the.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Shams. Okay, so now I'm going to invite our second speaker, Mr. Subtawad, to present. But before that, I'm going to read your biography first. Okay, so our second speaker, Mr. Subtawad Batavarakorn, who is the chair working group of TCMA for Environmental Division from Thai Cement Manufacturers Association, will be delivering his talk on achieving net zero. He is also the current ESG director for Cement and Green Solution Business for SCG Thailand. His academic background includes a Bachelor of Science from Mahidol University and also Masters in Public Health from Sukhothai Thammasatirai Open University. He has completed several professional training courses, including Management Development Program under Duke Corporation Education, and also Environmental Governance for Executive Offices under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. So far, he has accumulated more than 26 years of working experience. Mr. Subtawad started his career as a safety officer and a safety manager for 10 years in the Siam Cement Company Limited. He worked for SCG Cement as a safety specialist from 2007 until 2010. After that, he moved on to Eco Plant Services Company Limited and held the post as a safety and environmental manager for 7 years. He joined SCG Cement in 2017 as an associate director for sustainable development for 3 years, and then promoted to Sustainable Development Director for Cement and Green Business Solution for 2 years before his current position as ECG Director. Right, so I'll pass it on to you.
Good morning. Thank you very much to Thai station. In my station, I will share about the Thailand Net Zero Roadmap that Mr. Chanat mentioned. Next slide, please. Next slide. As Mr. Chanat mentioned, TCMA working together with GCCA. GCCA announced the roadmap in 2022 and presented in the COP26 in Glasgow. This is the first industry asset-based sector with a clear roadmap in the world. And GCCA have the program to help the industry in each country to make the roadmap. And Thailand has one country to GCCA invite our team to join and do the roadmap. Next slide, please. We starting with the collaboration. We're not working only TCMA member, but we together with the TCA, Thai Concrete Association. We collecting the data from our member and put data in the GCCA protocol and make the roadmap and verify and approved by ECIA, again, European Cement Research Academy in Europe, to approve our roadmap. Next slide, please. We take approximately 10 months to create the roadmap, collecting data and approved by ECIA. It's a long take time to our team. Okay. Next slide, please. This is our roadmap. You can see the target, our target. Our target, we will reduce CO2 emission cut off 50% in 2030. And we have the net zero by 2050. In the right-hand side, in the right-hand side, you can see the levers, the many ways to reduce CO2 emission. That we call 7 levers. I separate two parts. In the cement and concrete production, you can reduce CO2 emission by using the clinker substitution material, such as the limestone, calcite clay, something like that. In Thailand, we call the hydraulic cement. That's later which will share in the session. And you can reduce CO2 by using the alternative fuel, capture the CO2 from CCUS. You can see the violet, the portion is 45%. But in the next future, in the 2030, is a major technology to reduce CO2 emission. In the other part, you can see the first lever in the construction. Construction can reduce CO2 emission by design to use the low carbon products, recycle the material, and apply the new technology in the construction, such as the beam, road, USPC, 3D printing, something like that. This is our roadmap that Mr. Chana presented in the COP26 and approved by GCC. That's all. Next slide. This is detail. I not the detail. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we're going to move on to our third speaker, Dr. Wen Chaladorn. Okay, so Dr. Wen Chalan is the chair working group of TCMA for Sustainability Division, and he will deliver his talk on 2024, Thailand's new era of low carbon cement. Just a short biography here. Dr. Wen Chalan completed his master's and PhD studies in engineering in Georgia Institute of Technology in the United States. He also has a bachelor degree in engineering from the Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok. He has completed many professional training courses related to building management quality, project management, and leadership development. He has been working for more than 20 years, starting as a design engineer for Dayton Brunei Company Limited in the United States in 2002. He then moved on to Siam City Cement PCL in 2006 and has held various positions, including project support manager, project installation manager, product and solution development manager. Since 2020, he has been the head of product and technical solutions for Thailand Siam City Cement PCL Bangkok. He is also a subcommittee member for Thai Industry Standards Development and also a member of Concrete and Construction Material for Engineering Institute of Thailand. I'll pass it on to you.
Thank you, Nabila, and again, pleasure to be here and to have an opportunity to share the experience of one of the first part of our Thailand Net Zero roadmap for cement and concrete on what we call in Thailand hydraulic cement, which is basically more or less your PCC or Portland composites. So, move to the next slide, please. So what we'll share is the case study in Thailand, but first, just thinking back a little bit to the bigger picture, we know that about the global warming crisis already. We all witnessed the changes in the weather. Can you go a little bit more? Put up the Brunei flag here. This is interesting information just for fun. You know, this is a change in the world average temperature over the years. Comparison is increase in temperature with the baseline is the average temperature between 1951 to 1980. So Brunei, I think it's about 0.6 or 0.8 degrees Celsius, still in the yellow range, similar to Thailand. But again, this put into perspective that everywhere in the world there is a global warming crisis, and it is required, I think, for everyone, for every country on this planet to act so that we can control this crisis. Next, please. As Kuchana has touched upon, in Thailand we have participated as a country to give global commitment during Paris Agreement, during COP26, 27, and in the end, as a country, we have the target for carbon neutrality and greenhouse gas emission net zero. Next. And of course, one of the industry that can contribute in terms of lowering the greenhouse gas emission, particularly CO2, is our cement and concrete industry. So for Thai cement industry, Butra has already touched upon that we have three main policies, and one of them is directly related to addressing climate change through sustainable construction through the use of low carbon cement, or so-called hydraulic cement in Thai. Next, please. Okay, we can skip that. So just to re-emphasize again that it is important that every member in the industries is on the same page so that we can move this forward strongly and effectively. Next. We are starting the movement from the global commitment. It is important that every stakeholder is aligned from the top. So we start from global commitment. We have a clear target as a national policy under Thailand nationally determined contribution on the action required to lower the carbon footprint of our industry. And we align within the industry as one of the main policy for cement industry to move this needle in terms of sustainability by using the hydraulic cement. Next. So linking back, so in the Thailand Nationally Determined Contribution Thai NDC roadmap, hydraulic cement is put under low carbon cement under the clinker substitution measure. So we have the first target to reach 300,000 tons of CO2 reduction. The actual target is in 2030, that's original target. However, with the good collaboration among all parties that we'll touch upon later, we can achieve that target in 2021. So now we move on and set a more ambitious target to reduce 1 million tons of CO2, where we call it simply Mission 2023. And the target is by the end of this year, we will reduce 1 million tons of CO2 from our clinker substitution measure through the use of hydraulic cement. And essentially that means virtually all cement in Thailand from next year on will be low carbon cement. Next. Collaboration is important. You see from the picture, you can see earlier from Kunchana's presentation. So essentially, we cannot do this alone as a cement industry. We're part of the supply chain, part of the value chain of the bigger picture. So we need all collaboration among related stakeholders, government agencies, both as an enabler, both as a users, standard authority, institution, association, professional associations, academic, professionals, engineer, architect, consultant, designer, manufacturer like ourselves, and also the users in both, again, government and public sector and private sector in terms of owner and developer. All has to be part of it, and our role as TCMA, as Thai cement industry, is to connect the picture so that we can move forward with this low carbon cement movement. So in terms of moving this, we have first for cement, it is the standard product. So we have to have the standard cement standard that support the low carbon cement. So for Thailand, we have Thai industry standard TIS 2594 called the standard for hydraulic cement, and it is mainly the performance-based standard. And this standard is launched in late 2013. So all manufacturers have started launching the product, introducing this hydraulic cement or PCC into the Thai market starting 2014. And during the first phase, it is what we call it a synchronization of understanding, built-up environment. This is essentially the introduction phase that all cement manufacturers start to educate, start to communicate about this hydraulic cement or PCC to related sectors, particularly the users. After finishing up that phase in around 2019, starting 2020, we're moving into the second phase of our implementation plan, and that is strengthening collaboration also creating a solid action target. And this part where we collect all the party that is related, all the stakeholders related that I highlighted earlier together, and then we discuss and form the framework and form the target, linking to the bigger picture target of the national agenda, that is the CO2 reduction. So everyone is aligned on this target and has a clear role and responsibility to move forward. And so for the next phase, after 20, can you please go back? After 2023, next year, so we will move to the next era, the new era of low carbon cement in Thailand, meaning virtually 100% of structural cement in Thailand will use PCC or hydraulic cement instead of conventional OPC. And essentially, I would like to highlight the middle part of the slide here. There are 5 pillars that we employ as members and also as all the parties of this MOU framework, how we move forward. One is the strengthening of collaboration. Again, collaboration is key for success here. The second part is on the standard and specification. The third part, educating, communicating continuously to all stakeholders, to the public. Fourth pillar, supporting scheme. Extremely important to have the alignment between all members, to have the support scheme in terms of different mechanisms across the supply chain or value chain to move this. And in the end, we'll move to the implementation pillars. Next. Standard and specification, again, this is critical in terms of how we move from one cement standard to the other. This requires a lot of coordination because just to have one cement standard doesn't mean that this standard can be used everywhere. We have a lot of concrete product standards in Thailand. We have a lot of construction specifications, both for different government agencies and also the specification in the concrete for the private project specification as well. So for the first one, this is the example of how we move in terms of standard from cement standard to concrete standard. We have 54 concrete product standards in Thailand. Concrete standard product meaning, for example, the pile, plank, precast panel, for example. So 54 of these has to be revised and allow for use of hydraulic cement. So this needs close collaboration between TCMA professional organizations and the standard body, which in this case is Thai Industry Standard. So next please. Also construction standards. We have different government bodies that have the standard for construction. We have the Department of Public Works. We have under Ministry of Transportation, Department of Highways. We have Department of Rural Roads. We have Royal Irrigation Department. We have the Engineering Institute of Thailand, and also multiple other standards relating to construction, linking to different government agencies. And all these need to be convinced in some way and going through the process of each organization to allow for use of hydraulic cement or allow to include hydraulic cement specification into their construction specification. So again, this requires coordinations amongst all parties. And just for example, this is from the collaborative work together with the Department of Public Works, who held more or less the central standard specification for building construction in Thailand. So the way we work together is we form a co-committee, co-working team between TCMA with the advisory from one of the university professor as third party and the working team, specification and designer team from Department of Public Works. We look at all the data, we look at all the cases from overseas. We also conducting together the testing in terms of application testing, concrete testing, not only cement. We test at the third-party lab. We test on all manufacturers' cement, not one manufacturer, all manufacturers' cement. And then together we'll be able to identify that the performance of our hydraulic cement or our PCC in terms of application in concrete is similar to what we have in terms of concrete making from OPC. And then at this point, Department of Public Works has already allowed for use of hydraulic cement and now be able to use countrywide. Another example, this is our collaboration with the Department of Highways. So just to emphasize that not only the lab testing, we're also conducting the collaborative testing with the Department of Highways on several applications, field testing in the actual road. This is the example of the road pavement. There is also the example that we did together for the road recycling application as well. So this is again collaborative effort between TCMA, industry players, academic, and also professional users in this case. Next. Important, again, this is a second pillar, strengthening collaboration. This is a key to start our second phase of the journey towards low carbon cement in Thailand. We have to set a clear framework, clear target for relating parties to work together. This is in the first phase where we synchronize everyone's understanding. Next. And now we're moving to setting up the target and the framework. We have the memorandum of understanding signing amongst at first 5 ministries in Thailand, 5 related ministries, and department level in the government agencies, more than 20. We have engagement in terms of MOU parties from Engineering Institute of Thailand, Council of Engineers, Thai Concrete Associations. We have also participations from academics, from researchers, and all this together, we again achieve 3,000 tons of CO2 reduction. And that's the first step. So we are engaging more members, and then we move into the second phase. This is a second target that we set clear for everyone that we would like to move fully into hydraulic cement or PCC. That means we can reduce 1 million tons of CO2 reduction by the end of 2023. Next. Part of it is, again, communication, letting everybody aware of what we are doing. So this part in the middle, you can see that Punchanak here has also engaged with the top level. This is the Prime Minister of Thailand, and he is made aware of what we're doing as an industry, and he would be one of the key to move this agenda forward toward the climate change agenda of the country. We also have engagement with another key player, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, because they are the one who is the main conductor for the Thailand NDC to lower the carbon footprint of the country. So this is another government mechanism to support us, support the industry in terms of both dealing with the other industry and support in terms of the policy enabler to move this forward. Next. And this is, okay, you can see from the picture, this is the engagement with related ministry in Thailand. Natural Resources, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Interior. This is linking to the Department of Public Works on construction specification. Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperative. This is the main user, in terms of Royal Irrigation Department, and also obviously we cannot leave Ministry of Commerce. Next. Besides a bigger framework, big MOU, we have a separate MOUs, Memorandum of Understanding, to engage the more individual or ministry level as well. For example, this is a separate memorandum of understanding to form the partnership with the Ministry of Interior, because they are the one who oversee all the local construction in Thailand, 77 provinces. So it is easier that we engage from the top and then have the policy cascading down to the user as well. But meanwhile, of course, in terms of the groundwork we have to lay to make sure that everyone is on the same page from the top level to the bottom level. Next. Professional organizations, I think already touched that. Next. And this is the other collaborations in terms of this is a collaboration with the Thailand Industrial Estate. They are one of the big users. We also have communications through several concrete conferences in Thailand, and so on. Next. Third part, communication. Next. So again, to emphasize the importance of educating the public, educating stakeholders, and continuously communicate on what we achieve, on how is the status of this moving forward, so that everybody is aware constantly. So this is many events that Kunchana and TCMA team together sharing to the public with the professional organizations involvement to create the confidence, to create the trust environment for this use of PCC or hydraulic cement. We'll also make a handbook, both technical handbook and simplified version of handbook for everyone to understand what it is. Next. Support scheme. Next. First, this is internal alignment amongst all TCMA, all manufacturers in Thailand. So everyone is constantly talking and moving on the same pace that hydraulic cement is way to go in Thailand to replace OPC. Next. This is a supporting scheme where we engage with the federal Thai industry, Thailand industry. We have the label so-called Made in Thailand. And on the next page, we will have the green label also. And these two are linking to the green procurement scheme of the government agencies for procuring the construction material. So you can see all this is tied together where we educate them what it is, and then we have the supporting scheme both internally and externally. That internal, everyone will provide hydraulic cement, and government, if they have the green label, if they have the Made in Thailand label, it is encouragement from the government side for the government agencies to use this product. Next. Next, please. And also, to move forward, we need technological advancement. This is very important in terms of moving to the net zero that Kunchana mentioned. So this is another supporting scheme that we work with the Thailand Board of Investment, or called BOI, to have the funding to support the smart and sustainability solution in terms of investment. Next. So next please. So yeah, okay. So this is we've been speaking about. So this is Thailand hydraulic cement. So again, this is based on Thai standard TIS 2594. It is performance-based standard over the prescriptive-based standard of OPC. It is registered green label, made in Thailand. It is allowed for use, suitable to use in all construction works in Thailand, as Kunchana mentioned, all infrastructure works, building, highways, road, it can be used in Thailand. And all manufacturers in Thailand are able to produce this, and it is available nationwide. So these are some of the key captures. So touch on a little bit. So TIS 2594, this is closely related to ASTM or US Standard C1157. This is a full performance-based standard. And if you look into EN 197-1, which perhaps is more familiar here, this is more closely related to SEM 2A and SEM 2B. So it is really not something new. It has been used overseas for, I think, over 20 years, 30 years. European side, I think at least 75-80% are using this product, this PCC. I've recently had a chance to talk with a person from France. I think he said now this is 100% used in France, and this is the same trend all over the world, including the US. Next. So next, please. Again, the PCC or hydraulic cement in Thailand, it is proven that we can use it in all concrete structure and including infrastructure and roadworks. Next. In terms of the standard performance, this is not a prescriptive base, so the specification of Thai industry standard is based solely on the performance linking to the user in terms of setting time and strength. However, you can see that there is a stringent, even more stringent requirement in Thailand in terms of the particularly compressive strength, that it is defined actually even higher or equal to the existing OPC cement standard. So this is the intention of the standard bodies and also the intentions of all manufacturers in Thailand as well, that this product, this PCC product, it is greener, it is more sustainable. However, the performance must be equal or better comparing to existing OPC. So it is win-win for everybody. Next. In terms of application, so we're seeing briefly on the cement side. In terms of application size, in terms of concrete, this is a comparison also not made by TCMA, not made by one manufacturer, but this is made by the professor, made by the researcher, and doing the testing in terms of concrete application. So we can see that briefly most concrete, fresh concrete, hardened concrete, and also durability aspect. The concrete made from these two cement are quite equivalent. Next. In terms of the production, just for information, so in Thailand, we have the substitute material addition. So essentially the PCC is using the same clinker as OPC, but during cement grinding, we add the substitute material to lower the clinker content, that means lower the carbon footprint of the cement. But also, we cannot do that alone. We put in grinding technology in terms of manufacturing, looking at the PSD of the cement, and also we use chemical enhancer to adjust the performance of the cement to the specific needs. In this case, for Thailand manufacturer again to replace OPC. Next. In terms of the greenhouse gas emission, this is the central number that we have on our hydraulic cement, the first generation of hydraulic cement. So we will be able to reduce roughly about 40 kg of CO2 per ton cement comparing to OPC. However, if you look further into comparing to OPC without the AFR, to OPC without waste heat generation for electrical substitution, the CO2 reduction benefit would be even larger. And also in Thailand, we have also a cement so-called mixed cement. This is quite unique. It is Thai standard, but also the application is not as stringent. It is used for small construction, bricklaying, and masonry cement. And for that type of cement, we even reduce the carbon footprint further. I would say roughly half of the OPC. Next. So linking back to what Kun Chai and Kun Sutawat mentioned a little bit, this is on the next phase. Obviously, the industry are exploring different type of SEM, different type of mineral component so that we can further reduce the carbon footprint of our cement while maintaining the good performance in terms of cement and concrete. And this is just the example of one of the opportunity that we are looking at in terms of calcite clay cement. Next. In the end, implementation. This is the most important part. So we have actually several projects, large infrastructure projects in Thailand that has started using this cement along our journey. Of course, as I mentioned, overseas, Europe, US, and some countries in Asia as well, they have several use cases of this type of cement in infrastructure project. And now Thailand as well, we have the government complex of the Ministry of Interior. This is the one who oversees the general building construction specification in Thailand. They are using this type of cement. For the MRT to Thailand, this is the rail system. So MRT Purple Line project in Thailand is using hydraulic cement as well. The office building of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Planning, they're using this type of cement. Industrial estate, Thailand, private office building, bridge, two big bridges under Department of Rural Road that are using this PCC. We have the building in the university itself, in the academic institutions for the researchers. They are welcome to use this. We have the reservoir projects under Department of Royal Irrigation that are using this cement, and now all projects are allowed to use hydraulic cement. Office of Council Engineers, again, professional organization, they trust us, they are confident and use this in their own office buildings. Military unit as well, government, the application, concrete, road, and even our own office in SEG, they are using this type of cement as well. So this is, I think it's a testament in terms of Thailand alone, let alone other countries in the world, that we are welcome, we are embracing this use of low carbon cement confidently. Next. So again, to wrap up for this part, in the end we intend in Thailand to fully replace OPC by the end of 2023, and I think we are on the good road towards that target. Next. Next. So I think it's part of that's kind of wrap my presentation. Sorry, it may take a little bit longer than intended, but I think now we're moving to the Q&A. Again, we're emphasizing the importance of collaboration and stakeholders engagement.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going to open the question and answer session, especially from the audience. If you'd like to ask a question, please just provide your name and the organization you're from. Okay. Dr. Parson, okay.
start okay, you are doing this one, tomorrow onwards don't do that one, you do this one. It's difficult, right? So you have to give some kind of incentives like tax reduction or you are supporting the industries in financially or policy making or something like that. So yes. So how do you, what are type of incentives you are giving to the industry? That is the first question. Second one is, say for example, I provide a new product. How do you convince the normal users, I mean society? How do you bring this one, this hydraulic cement you are saying is better? Only the carbon remittance is almost 40 kgs per ton. Only a small amount of reduction from OPC to PCC. 40 kgs per ton. 40 kgs of carbon dioxide you are reducing per ton of cement. So how do you convince a normal people? Say for example, if you take the product into the market, how the people can be accepted that? These two is very critical because one is you have to sustain the industry, another one is you have to sustain the market. So how do you balance? And the third one is, can you able to help Asian countries, your technology? Say for example, our Brunei need your information technology. Can you help us to Brunei Cement? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Maybe two questions, maybe I answer in general on the policy movement. As the Dr. was sharing to our us, you can see that it's not easy to split all obstacle or problem. We have to see the holistic, the overall of the country risk. If the country not move toward the net zero program, as we can see that the trend of the green or low carbon economy is move quite fast. This is the first thing. Therefore, we have to embrace fact. You can see that Thailand country emission is about nearly 400 million tons a year. And also, we start talking with the government first, because the policy of the country is quite important. Not only the incentive that the government have to support, but also the government have to understand how the competitiveness of the industry in the country will face if they don't support cement industry in Thailand. CBAM cross the border adjustment mechanism that will launch in the near future. Right now, start in Europe. If we produce very high carbon emission, and neighboring country also can achieve very low emission product. Therefore, we have to pay some tax when you export to, for example, in one case, the body is quite close to Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, even Malaysia, or we have some in Vietnam. And that's that can carry the product, customers can apply in this case. So we start with facts and let them understand our constraint, industry constraint that we face. Second thing, our member or producer also have to understand government constraint, because they have a lot of things to do, not only support our industry. That's why we do a lot of communication. Thanks to all of my team. I cannot, how many times we go outside and make more than 100. I think nearly, it's very important because you cannot change only 1 or 2 years. It's a long way, more than 10 years. Therefore, we have to make a very solid and also be very good in success time by time. Maybe I answer like this. In detail, maybe you can get our slide and see how. Okay, thank you for the question.
All right. There's another question.
Hi, good morning everyone. I am Howell Garcia and Technical and Production Manager of Electronics Brunei. So I have 3 questions with regards to the PCC. So my first question is, what are the exact substitute materials used for PCC? I mean, in Thailand, and what percentage are you using it? And lastly, what is the difference if, because we are in a concrete manufacturing industry, what is the difference between blending the SCM and the OPC at our plant as against to the PCC that's being blended in the cement factory? Thank you.
Okay, so for information, so for Thailand, as I said, this cement standard is performance based. So the SAM used in cement in Thailand for all manufacturers is mainly we're using limestone addition as a clinker substitute material. This is mainly based on availability of material in Thailand and economic side of things, just to be honest. But obviously, the performance of the cement, as I mentioned, we did not just replace a clinker. We have to use the technology in terms of the grinding, in terms of chemical enhancer in the cement. This depends, I think, on the target of each countries. But in Thailand, realize that this cement should be able to more or less replace equivalently one to one the existing OPC. So that's how we design our PCC or our product. But of course, there is use of fly ash in Thailand as well, just for information. Thailand has been using fly ash in ready-mix construction, mixing at the ready batching plant. I think similar to your situation here. This has been done for at least 15-20 years, so it is nothing new. Actually, it came before we have this new TIS performance-based standard. So the use of fly ash has been quite well known in Thailand already. I would say roughly for conventional application, conventional mix, we replace, let's say, around 20% of obviously good fly ash, qualified fly ash. We have the standard ACMC 18 for that, and we have also Thai local standard for that. So basically, our cement is designed to work together with this existing fly ash use as well.
Most of the other cement producer also we have the other affiliate company doing the ready-mix cement. So we work together how we can add the additive in the concrete or even some case better add in the cement side. And very good example, if you read the news, we have the very big foundation of the one Bangkok, nearly 30,000 cubic meter pouring only one time for 3 days continuously. In that case, we also use the hydraulic cement. All the thing about 700 big truck mixer and also the batching pan, 40 batching pan around the Bangkok outskirts, control the aggregate and also additive. The same quality, the strength is about triple of the normal also visit the BHC cement. It's something that my observation is quite different from our case. Is the emission of the cement in Brunei, maybe the portion is not so impact to the whole country emission, because you are based on gas. But if you tweak your mindset or perspective, that we start with a small thing that can deliver a solid result. It's good for the country to show the global that Brunei is very committed in this new trend. And the question is how we can make the belief or share the good mentality to move on a small thing, but quite impact to the country that show to the world that right now Brunei is on track on moving this part. This is what I want to share, because it's quite difficult if we start cement guy talk with the government, we want to use this thing to reduce a small amount of the emission we can get from this. Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, right, I've got a few questions, but I'll start with a small one. Is hydraulic cement cheaper than OPC? I mean, as customers, we would normally go for something that is cheaper, right?
This touch a bit the willing to pay of the customer, willing to pay. Everyone also perceive that more clean is better than the normal one. The cost of the low carbon cement, I think it's nearly the same. It's lower a bit in the thermal side. I mean the clinker production, that's one. But to add more power consumption in the grinding plant. In your case, you have the import the clinker and grinding here. Therefore, they do use more power consumption. But in our case in Thailand, we also talk with the government. If we want to move something that impact to the customer, because the customer themselves they don't know why we have to move. But even OPC, they still very enjoy using the ordinary Portland cement. If you want to let them try the new thing differently, therefore we talk among our neighbor or producer that we have to set the selling price same as the OPC, even a bit higher our cost.
So you guys are selling at a competitive price, yeah. And you did mention about the power of good collaboration, right? Okay, so between different stakeholders. I did see that you've got collaboration project with the Japanese government on carbon capture. Do you actually collaborate with any other government apart from the Japanese government?
Carbon capture?
Yeah, for carbon capture. Because you did mention about CCUS.
The capture itself is not so difficult, and you have to split in the three parts. CCUS, carbon capture itself not so difficult. Cost is I think lower than $30 a ton. But storage, the question of Thailand, because we have only storage in the Brunei province. But our base is in Sarawak. It's quite far. The transportation cost and also the pump cost can see that how we can reduce or achieve the local based net zero implementation.
All right, thank you. Okay, so can I get any more questions from the audience? All right, thank you.
Okay, my question is that it's quite impressive that the Thai government has a roadmap for a zero net by 2065. Yes, and are there, how would you say it, penalties for the different industries that do not comply or do not meet certain benchmarks along the way? And when are the first major ones that will be checked, evaluated, and implemented?
Maybe you can forward to my Prime Minister. It's dilemma of the cabinet and the government to trade off. We want to encourage all the private sector to join the roadmap. You want to make the penalty for the one who don't want to move. This is the thing that we have to discuss or dialogue and communicate and exchange the idea to the government. In our case, we also explain to the government that what will happen, pro and con, if we don't move and government do the penalties rather than apply some incentive to drive the industry because it's quite different industry by industry. Luckily that our cement industry is quite very good in the pace of the applied technology, latest technology to stand in the top quartile of the company in the world. So the gap for Thai producer with the outside Thailand is not so big. That's why I enjoy the session with TCCA. Even Lafayette Rosin, Heidelberg, or the CIMEC, we still the same pace. But talk with another industry in Thailand, maybe they don't have the good situation, stand in the top quartile. Even some industry also in the bottom. That the dilemma of the government to make decision. But for Brunei, as I also visit the energy center, I think it's very good communication tool for the young generation and also for all the Brunei people. So the government can get the comment or opinion from all of the Brunei population. It's easy because it's only, as I remember, 400,000. Yeah, that's the way. But for Thailand, I think it's difficult and still a long way. That's why we try to be the role model of industry, that every member have to help each other and drive the industry.
I think there's another question.
Hello. I'm Ru Jinping from Singapore. ACI American Concrete is very, very impressive presentation. Okay, I think it was a very challenging roadmap. 2015, 50 you can get net zero, concrete. It's really a challenge. Okay, as everybody know, actually the carbon emission from cement and concrete, the critical is a critical content, right? So from just now you mentioned hydraulic cement. So I noticed critical content is very high. So you can reduce carbon emission from OPC about 900 to 1,000 to reduce to 700 to 800, right? So still far away from net zero. So I just wondering how can you approach next step to get net zero? I think you see because you still need clinker, you still energy, you still use limestone as cement production, right? All this actually produce carbon. So I think you maybe something can produce negative carbon, right? To neutral the carbon emission from other, cement production. This is question one. Question two is actually, worldwide, like World Olympic Council, and also in EN standards 15985, they all mention about this so-called group warm impact, and also EPD means environment potential declaration for all cement manufacturer and concrete producer. So every supplier must do the global impact for their products and declare the EPD. So I'm not very sure how about Thailand, cement industry, whether you are following this trend. And it's even in ACI, because I come from ACI. So 2 years ago, ACI also set up a so-called Center of Excellence for carbon neutral concrete. So what's the approach from Thailand is different from the international, standards. Thank you.
I will respond to the first question, and the second question will give to Dr. Muchalam to answer. Maybe please open the slide. In average, as Dr. Muchalam explained that we have our mixed cement that only half emission of the OPC is about 500 kilogram per ton. Therefore, in average, for the whole cement industry in Thailand, right now is about 600. But what we show is only the OPC compared to PCC or hydraulic cement. That the second, maybe next slide. Next slide. You can see the 7 initiative or level. It's not only the product innovation. We explain only the hydraulic cement. This is what we call product innovation. That lays down a bit for the 40 kilo compared to the ordinary one. But we have this one, 10% binder, this one concrete, 5%. Next slide. Using the renewable energy for the thermal, biomass, palm kernel, dry husk, or even empty pellet can reduce 12%. Next slide, please. This one, we also do some cell power generation. In our case, in average for Thailand cement producer, we produce electricity by ourselves about 25%. And the best one is about 40% replacement. We buy from the government side only 60%. And also thermal side is about 30% using the renewable energy. And also at the top, if you may know about the, BIM, building information modeling, the digital construction, this can have the inside a digital twin. You can see or walk through the building that what you want to build and solve some crash detection to avoid the rework during the construction. Also, we start do some communicate and collaboration with the construction industry. And also, my company CPAC, we have a green solution using drone and apply the point cloud to scan the building or even make the 3D model. Also can reduce 15%. Okay, next. Oh, okay. Next slide. Even the UHPC ultra high concrete, ultra high performance concrete, that 10 times stronger than normal concrete. Also, we have a bit in our SCG office in Bangkok. This is what we talk with the consultant to redesign all infrastructure in Thailand using the new high performance product. The difficult part is remain only the 45% as the calcination cannot avoid in the pyro process of the cement site. So this part still needs some carbon capture to capture carbon and drive down to zero. That's why we start in 2030. The violent part is cannot avoid if you still use the limestone for the production. That's why we move to calcite grade and apply this thing.
Okay, I think the second comments on the second question is around how do we quantify the global environmental impact of our product, or I think you mentioned specifically about EPD, Environmental Product Declaration. So this is, I think, by now become well known worldwide. And remembering I attended the EPD conferences first time in 2011, 2012. So I think globally we have come a long way in terms of declaring this impact. EPD, of course, as cement players and also concrete players in Thailand, I think it is something that we are looking at on both sides. As Khun Chana mentioned, our close affiliate with GCCA. GCCA has also developed a simple tool to evaluate this global environmental impact in the form of EPD that I think every member of GCCA is allowed to use as a preliminary. And then the process is that this evaluation would have to be validated by the third-party certifier. And I think this is well on the road for Thai cement and concrete players to do so. One of the key driver that we see recently is that a lot more projects, particularly the projects with the well-known designer, with the developers, particularly from international projects, they are asking for this. I think for the project, there is also a reputation matter on this topic, and also linked to the green product, the green building certification as well. For example, I think the version 4 is also touched upon this VPD declaration. So I think this is also in line with what we're moving in terms of the environmental impact of the product, in terms of transparency, in terms of declaration of the performance.
Thank you. There's one question from here.
Hi, good morning. When you blend your concrete hydraulic, cement, it seems like the concrete are quite fluids, and so does it mean that is there any reductions in the admixture, like water retarder or plasticizer? And the second question is that I'm sure you have done a lot of tests between the PCC and OPC. On the design mix, is there any particular, using the same concrete grade, like for example grade 30, grade 435, is there any increase in the water, cement content, sand, aggregates, on both sides? So like for example, if you use PCC, does it mean you have to use more water, more sand, or more aggregates? Yeah, is there any, you understand what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the question. So I think this is basically depends on the cement product design. But to reiterate again that our aim for introducing our hydraulic cement or PCC is that we're trying to make it as simple as possible for users. In this terms mean ready-mix players to use it. So when we design our cement, we intend that the performance in the concrete and the concrete mix design would remain the same as the mix design when we're using OPC. So the mix design guideline maintains the same. We use, I would say, the same amount of admixture, the same type of mixture for our cases. And in terms of mix proportion, binder content is the same. Water, as we touched upon, maybe a slight change of water, and this is by design. In Thailand, our hydraulic cement generally use slightly less water. But in the end, in terms of the project specification, they basically mainly looking at the performance, which is strength and workability, what is the slump retention. So this is more or less the same, so it doesn't impact the end users. And also in terms of mix design, I would say generally we can utilize same mix, similar mix. Yeah.
Actually, we've got a question from the virtual audience. Okay. Right. It's actually for Dr. Machalan. You mentioned that TCMS stakeholders and parties are all involved in the Net Zero Roadmap 2065 and also the development of hydraulic or low carbon cement. The question is, what were some of the initial challenges that have been faced in acquiring and getting all stakeholders to trust in this, like giving trust?
Okay, I'll answer this first, but then later on I think Krishna can add on. I think yes, the first initial challenge would be how do you introduce this what seems to be the new thing into the construction industry, which okay for Thailand is I think everywhere in the world is rather conservative. So I think first thing is to make a proper introduction and gain the confidence of each stakeholders, each organizations that we come across. So I think that's the first point, which I think mainly can be addressed by again coming back to collaboration. We don't just tell them how good it is to use it. We just don't tell them the benefit, but we have them come and do it together, be on the same team, and then engage that they can realize For example, in our example, we have the testing together both in the lab, we have testing together with them in the field. So this is, I think it's a good way to engage for the use. And I think another challenge would be, as you know, we have the scattering specifications across all industry stakeholders. So I think this is the benefit of our second phase, where we have everybody under the same framework, under the same MOU. So everybody have the clear roles and responsibility, and they can contribute their part together under the same framework.
Thank you. And there's another question.
Yes, maybe add So as I told you that we have a 7 producer in Thailand, we have the structure. We work with the consultant and also others very good contractor to test, to make the confidence among our user. And this is also a key. As I told you that we have to make trust among our members. You can see that the organization working group, we have the team that sharing all knowledge from the big company to the small producer. Let them go together, because of the customer not only buy from the big company, but also buy sometimes from the small producer. Therefore, the confidence have to make all cement in Thailand the same quality. That what we have done, and also sharing of the ready-mix concrete site knowledge to support the small producer, because of some company also they don't have the ready-mix affiliate company. So our team quite very good on the knowledge circulation or sharing to help each other.
Thank you. It's actually another question. Right? So Thailand is planning to have 100% PCC by the year 2024, right? And what are the real challenges that you guys are actually facing right now?
The real challenge, I think, is we still have some special requests. For example, our research center, they still need OPC to do some testing and develop new kind of the cement product innovation, because of the baseline still OPC. And what we talk with them that we still can produce OPC smaller to support the research and development center. This one thing. The second thing is we have to start again after new election in Thailand because of for sure that the cabinet will change. But at the talk with one of the natural resource and environment minister, he is still willing to come back to take care of this ministry. But the sense of our industry, all the customer and stakeholder willing and also understand why we move to this time. But we still wait and see after the new cabinet. Our team will have a lot of hard
respect to TCMA, is there any focus given how you can reduce this waste product that can be used in terms of circular economy while you are producing hydrogen?
See, the strength of the cement industry is the very high temperature in the cement kiln. It's about 1,400 degrees Celsius. So we can do some very good business in waste management, waste disposal business. We can do some very good waste treatment and use the others waste from other industry replace to our raw material and also our ultimate fuel. And second thing is we have the other own ready-mix concrete business, so we can turn the construction waste to be our aggregate our raw material for using as the circulate for the better environment. Last point is we have cement up north, south, and in central, and also we have many batching plant around everywhere in Thailand. So the strength of the cement industry and concrete industry is the logistics. So everyone understands that if you move waste quite far from waste generator and waste treatment, that costly. So in Thailand, the network of the logistics is quite very support to TCMA to focus on the third policy, drive the country to the low carbon economy.
There's more questions here. So, what kind of effective collaborations have TMA done with concrete associations, and how does TCMA ensure that such collaboration translates to policy with the government or any authorizing body? Like the types of effective collaborations that have been done so far.
So mainly on the collaboration with Thai Concrete Association, again to emphasize that this is part of the important puzzle how we move this forward, because essentially the concrete players are the key users for our low carbon cement. So I think firstly I think we'll start off with a good start, because as Kun Chana mentioned, maybe this is an advantage as well that our cement manufacturers in Thailand, many of us has actually our ready-mix affiliates as well. So we're actually engaged with the TCA or Thai Concrete Association constantly already in the past. So but in terms of doing the low carbon cement, actually the way again to reemphasize that we actually engage TCA to be part of the big framework, to be part of the MOU, to have the same target. And then we utilize TCMA expertise in terms of international connection in the concrete arena, in terms of the strength in the R&D, in terms of the concrete and concrete production. So I think this is the main ways that how we engage with the TCA to support. And actually this is the example that we did together. This is from a few years back, the picture on the right hand side, besides Kun Chana, the fourth gentleman. This is Dr. Thanakon. He's the current president of Thai Cement Association, Thai Concrete Association. So this is one of the ways that we engage, and we go to the seminar, and Dr. Somlip on the right hand side. He's also the former president of TCA. So this is another way to emphasize that both cement and concrete are together. On the bottom left, there is also another 2 seminars that this is co-hosted by TCMA and TCA. So again, it's not only engagement between individual organizations, it is togetherness in terms of communication to public that both TCMA as a manufacturer of cement and Thai Concrete Association as a R&D of concrete, as a concrete producers are on the same page in utilizing the low carbon cement in concrete construction.
Okay, thank you. Maybe the last few questions, So, what kind of initiatives have you guys done so far to convince the local Thai people to actually use PCC? Like, how would you convince the people in Thailand to actually use PCC?
Okay, so for the local Thai people, for general publics, for the wider audience rather than designer or big contractors, I think this comes to our framework under the third pillar that we call educating and communicating. This slide is part of it. This is the seminar that we did together over the years, tailored towards the contractor and also the general user as well. We have the big communication in terms of event that we promote, not only in terms of the cement performance or concrete performance, but in terms of environmental impact. And this is can be touched upon easier by the users. We also develop together with the Ministry of Interior the simplified version of hydraulic cement handbook. In there, we don't talk about AAR, we don't talk about abrasion or whatever. We just talk about, in layman's terms, what is the impact if you use this cement? What is the impact in terms of environment? How does it help with the global warming? And also several outlets in terms of press releases, events together with the government. But again, the key here is that to convince the general public, we try to engage the related parties. For example, coming back to our collaboration with TCA, we as a cement manufacturers, we did not really go alone and say to the public that this is good cement, you can use it. But together with the academic, together with the association, we go together and say, okay, this is good cement, it's good for the world. The researcher on the concrete site also certified that, okay, this is very good in terms of performance, in terms of durability, for example. And I think this is the way to convince the general public.
Okay, right, any more questions from the audience? All right, okay, let's one more. Your name and organization, please.
Assalamualaikum and good morning. I'm Dr. Rosalina. I'm from Department of Roads. I have one question. How do you control the substitute materials to make it to produce comparative mixture with the OPC, like the PCC and the OPC? Are there specific properties of these substitute materials, for example, fly ash, in terms of its properties like the fineness, the source of this fly ash, the fineness, the shapes and everything that can affect the cement mixture? How do you control this?
Okay, again, this is going back to where we start in terms of the standard of hydraulic cement in Thailand. As I said, this is linking to SMC 1157, so this is purely performance-based. So I would say in terms of the impact to the end user, it is defined in terms of, for example, touching on the autoclave expansion, touching on the setting time, touching on the strength of the cement. But also as a cement manufacturers, obviously we, as I mentioned already, we align that this has to have no adverse impact comparing to the users who use OPC in the market. So it is, I think, in the hands of the manufacturer as well to ensure in our production processes, in our cement design, that the quality of the cement is good. And then that links back to the quality of the raw material of the SCM that you mentioned. But in terms of the standard, there is also a guideline. So for example, fly ash, there is a ASEAN guideline, ASEAN standard, C618, and also in Thailand we have the standard for fly ash that looking through all the important parameters to ensure that in the end, if you use the material that complies with this particular standard, then it will come out as a good performing hydraulic cement.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Right. Okay. No virtual audience? No? Okay, all right.
for cement. Thank you as well to Dr. Shana Bhumi, the chairman of TCMA, Mr. Sutawat Patawarakon, the chair of Environmental Division of TCMA, and Dr. two. Test. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To everyone, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite everybody to please be seated. recommend Sendirian Berhad as the main organizer and University Technology Brunei as the event partner, with the objective to further the sustainability agenda in the construction industry of Brunei Darussalam. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege to welcome and introduce the guest of honor of the 2023 Green Construction Dialogue, Yang Mulia, Datuk Paduka Professor Dr. Dayang Haji Zora Haji Sulaiman, the Vice Chancellor of University Technology Brunei. We would also like to welcome all of the Assistant Vice Chancellors and Principal Officers of University Technology Brunei to our event this afternoon. Now, before we begin with our agenda, we would like to first invite Ustaz Ashizul bin Zainal Abidin to give an opening recitation of prayer to bless the afternoon session. Please welcome.
دافعة من كل شر جالبا بكل خير لنا ولأحبابنا ولوالدينا ومشايخنا في الدين معنا في ودعنا فيه علانية أن الله يجعل مجلسنا هذا من construction dialogue محقا للخيرات والمسرات والأنوار والبركات ولنور قلوبنا مع التقى والهدى والعفاف والموت على دين الإسلام والإيمان بلا محنة ولا امتحان ويقضي لنا جميع الحاجات بحق سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. الفاتحة. أثابكم الله. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
To our guest of honor, the Vice Chancellor of University Technology Brunei, Datin Paduka, Professor Dr. Dayang Haji Zora Haji Sulaiman, the Assistant Vice Chancellors, Directors, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and a very warm welcome. I am here with you with deep gratitude and great honor on this occasion of the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between Butra and University Technology Brunei. Many thanks to our guest of honor, the Vice Chancellor of the University, Datin Paduka Professor Dr. Dayang Haji Zora Haji Sulaiman, for gracing us with your presence in this momentous occasion. Thank you also to the Assistant Vice Chancellor and the Directors of University Technology Brunei for attending this signing as well, as we officially go forward with this collaboration. audience, the signing of this MOU today signifies the pursuit of BHC as well as UTB to work together towards a common goal to realize Wawasan Brunei 2035, specifically in the field of environmental sustainability. It is our intention to pursue activities that are fundamental to this goal, and this includes, firstly, the promotion of knowledge sharing through dialogue discussions, seminars, or workshops. Secondly, the establishment of more understanding and awareness through collaborative research or lecture series. And thirdly, the development and nature of the youth through student placements, internships, or joint community projects. And with the University of Technology Brunei as our official partner in this green construction dialogue, with the utmost appreciation, I am proud to say that this collaboration is off to a wonderful and promising start. In the building materials and construction industry, injecting sustainability is an essential yet challenging feat. To overcome this challenge, it is important to integrate an educational approach, and through this collaboration, we hope to develop a joint effort to promote and establish a sustainable industry that is more conscious of their practices, consumption, and actions for the development of an environmentally responsible built future for generations to come. To achieve this, it is important to create an integrated approach to promote understanding, and thus through this collaboration with University of Technology Brunei, we hope to create a joint effort to establish an industry and also a society that are more conscious of their practices, consumption, and actions. In closing, I would like to again extend my gratitude and appreciation to University of Technology Brunei for the opportunity to collaborate through this MOU. And I am very hopeful that with the dialogue session this morning and later this afternoon, we are already moving forward with our initiative for a better industry and a better future towards sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marcelino Ugarte. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to warmly invite our guest of honor, Yang Mulia Datin Paduka, Professor Dr. Dayan Hajazora Haji Sulaiman, the Vice Chancellor of University of Technology Brunei, UTB, to give her remarks. Please welcome.
Yang Mulia Mr. Marcelino Ugarte, Managing Director, Butra Heidelberg Siemens Berhad. Mr. Terence Ong, Technical Director and APEC Heidelberg Materials Representative, Butra Heidelberg Siemens Berhad. Managers and staff of Brunei Cement, Principal Officers and staff of University Technology Brunei, our respected audience, our working organizers from Brunei Cement, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Alhamdulillah, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Marcelino Ugarte, the Managing Director of Brunei Cement, and also Mr. Terence Ong, the Technical Director of Brunei Cement, for hosting today's ceremony that is the signing of Memorandum of Understanding between the University Technology Brunei and Butra Heidelberg Siemens Berhad. The signing of today's MOU between the University Technology Brunei and Butra Heidelberg Siemens Berhad served as an important milestone as we embark our working relationship in more definite common grounds of interest. Brunei Cement has been around since 1996, and it is undeniable that Brunei Cement has made significant contribution in the development of for making roads, buildings, and bridges. Our previous engagements have included students' industrial placement and final year project completion with the company. As our nation is moving towards realizing Wawasan Brunei 2035, I find that this strategic collaboration will bring many more opportunities in creating a dynamic and sustainable economy for Brunei, as well as reinforcing our commitment to create low carbon footprint and hence a green sustainable environment for all. Our working rapport will definitely encourage close cooperation between staff from both organizations, especially in terms of joint research collaboration and also lifelong learning initiatives. Our students will benefit from their educational diversity and engagement with the real world and may create their own identity. I was made to understand that few Brunei cement staff were actually due to be graduates. It is hoped that UTB will be able to continue producing more highly skilled, future-ready employable graduates who can support the national development agenda in the near future. In addition, the objectives of the MOU are to encourage and promote cooperation in the following areas. Exchange of knowledge, whereas both parties can cooperate in the field of study visits, joint academic research findings, publications, and other academic and educational information as appropriate. Joint scientific and technological meetings, symposiums, and lectures, where both organizations can collaborate and participate in both scientific and technological activities such as seminars and conferences for knowledge transfer and capacity building. Collaborative workshop for community service programs, where we can jointly organize this program to bring people or community together to provide opportunities to share their knowledge and ideals. Learn new things and work together for the benefit and betterment of our communities without any form of compensation. And any other areas of cooperation to be mutually agreed upon by both parties. I'm positive that our work commitments and experience will pave the way for the right skills development in order to support learning and multidisciplinary research between UTB and Brunei Cement. This will eventually help Brunei to address the complex challenges in today's ever-changing global economic and environmental demands. Last but not least, once again, I would like to congratulate both Butra Cement Student Berhad and also University Technology Brunei on the signing of this MOU. To the organizing committee members, thank you for your efforts and utmost dedication to ensure the event runs smoothly. I wish you all a successful and fruitful collaboration. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and now we have arrived at the pinnacle of our event, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. The signee, representing University of Technology Brunei, Yang Mulia Datin Paduka Professor Dr. Dayang Hajizora Haji Sulaiman, the Vice Chancellor. The signee representing Butra Heidelberg Cement Sdn Bhd, the Managing Director, Mr. Marcelino Ugarte. And now, we would like to invite Yang Mulia Datin Paduka Professor Dr. Dayang Hajizora Haji Sulaiman, the Vice Chancellor of University of Technology Brunei, and Mr. Marcelino Ugarte, the Managing Director of Butra Heidelberg Cement, for an exchange of token of appreciation to commemorate the signing of of the Memorandum of Understanding between both organizations. Thank you very much to Yang Mulia Datin Paduka, Professor Dr. Dayang Haji Zora Haji Sulaiman, the Vice Chancellor of University Technology Brunei. Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the presentation and dialogue session of our agenda this afternoon, which will focus on the technical proceedings on the decarbonization solutions of building materials in the construction industry of Brunei Darussalam and the ASEAN region. To start, please welcome the first moderator, Pengaran Dr. Saiful Barin and Pengaran Guraman of the University Technology Brunei.